Good morning. How you guys doing? Can you open the market already? I mean, it's pretty close. Ooh, GME's doing a thing. When Discord should be up and running. The live audio. Thank you, Maximilian. Are we a cat shirt? Am I? No. I wouldn't buy a t-shirt of a stock that's made me a lot of money. Ding ding. Welcome to the financial markets. Oh, look, it's Aaron Alvin. Aaron Alvin, what are you doing on the stream? I thought you only lurked on the Discord. In regards to CSPs and the Rev situation, would MMs attempt to keep as many Rev CSPs out of the money to avoid buying it? No? They don't buy it. You do. That's how a CSP works. You're thinking of calls? Win Opex. Relax, Builder Bob. Relax. Spy's moving up very nicely. Okay. Cool. No Opex? How no Opex? Jimmy dead? Relax, Russell my Jimmies. Wait, all the stocks are going up. Everyone should be like flipping out and crazy bullish. Why does everyone keep saying no Opex? Congratulations, Guevara. Well played. Just because I catfished you doesn't mean you had you had to ditch me. I would have bought you a drink. Listen, Carl, it was rude, okay? It's opposite day. What is this, kindergarten? Is this the peak? Probably. Rev on its way up to 666. It's closing in on it rapidly. I think the more notable thing about Revlon this morning. No, never mind. I was trying to pull a big one on you. It's time you bought my covered calls. No. Tell us what? Talk to me nice about Revlon. I mean, all of the pressure on it this morning is buy pressure, but we know that Revlon's not in active funds, right? So it's not going up with the market, and no one's pushing down on it, which is a good sign, I think. What's up, Boogie the Board? I'm not super awake right now, so you're gonna have to give me time to be awake and alive. I have coffee. I'm working my way through it. I don't know what everyone is on about with this Nopex talk. I bought 65C weeklies and plan to diamond hand them to expiry. I also plan to blame you when they don't print. Yeah, perfect. Just remember this moment when all the calls were green. I can't believe another Opex has come and gone so quickly. Okay, this is clearly this is planned. This is a conspiracy. It's like that week after Christmas when you start taking down the holiday decorations and stop playing Mariah Carey. I just leave the holiday decorations up all year. That way I don't have to put them up or take them down. It's always Christmas in my house. Christmas lights are on the body part freezers? No. No. I just have a small tree. It's like this big. And for scale, that's, like 6 centimeters. I thought we'd normally expect Opex action after Tuesday. Opex action on Tuesday. It can start on any day. It can start Monday. It can start Tuesday. I think a lot of this is driven by the S&P. But remember, if something's driving price action, that causes, anybody else with obligations to pile in before the price rises, which can cause the VUPS, the violent upside potential. The stockings were hung by the industrial deli slicer with care. What'd you end up eating for dinner after the catfishing incident? I went and had pizza and hot chocolate to calm my nerves. This is it. My rev calls are up $42. I'm out. I made the green. Congratulations, Bithead. You finally done it. You've made money on a stock. I told you going long memberships would finally pay off. I had the hot chocolate on the way to the pizza place, and then I put myself under a weighted blanket and mumbled for 6 hours. I made it out of it okay, though. I'm through the woods now, and everything's looking much more positive. You hold your tongue, Aaron Alvin. Mr. Ko-Fi? Oh. Was it the one that popped up behind the other Ko-Fi? Cycles are dead. Opex was a non-event. When uranium mooning, is Carl not really Santa Claus? Carl's not Santa Claus yet. Uranium 2 to 3 years. I wonder if the real MOASS is just SPX right now. It's definitely SPX, right? Congratulations, Shandi. $27,000 of membership investment is paid off with my $42 return. I feel old. Congratulations. It's a buy and hold strategy. You can only compound from here. Now that Bithead is rich, can you ask him to reprice the membership volatility swap he sold me a few months ago? He's been single-handedly bumping the whole pickle membership market. I did a deposit on 9/14 into my options account. It hasn't cleared yet. I'm crawling out of my skin, not being able to trade right now. Relax. Do you have any CCs on Fubo this week? No? Should I? No? Do you think Jimmy can make it to 42069? Um, GME isn't a penny stock. So it only has 2 decimal places. I guess you could pretend. Check the Rev order book at 942. It looks funky. Looks fine to me. It doesn't look like a lot's going on, but I don't I don't know what's supposed to look funky here. $42.07 doesn't hit the same though. Hmm. Why does my cost basis have 4 decimal places? I don't know. Also, why is your cost basis so high? I'm doing a thing. Oh, nice. Should I buy more GME now? Like, did you buy more already today? I missed a few moments. I have some. Is there a chance for the $30 wall to be broken? It's going to be a little difficult, but yes. It's not nearly as big as it was on Friday. Why is the IV not spiking yet? Volume's still pretty low. I thought front run the Ko-Fis that will surely come later and get the morning going in style. Thanks to the education, Gurk. Jesus Christ, pragmatic guy. Thank you so much, man. That's like 10 weeklies. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Do you have stop losses in place already on your GME Opex positions? Or do you wait to put them in to ensure that you don't get stopped out? I generally wait a little bit to make sure I don't get stopped out. I want to front warn everyone and ask if Opex is over yet. I'm sure you'll get this question at least 300 more times before the day is over. At least. When Jamie 200 again? That's a long way off. Is it a good time to sell Tesla CCs yet? I would probably wait a couple days before I did that. What's the opposite of NoPex? GoPex? What time is the Fed announcement Wednesday? 2 p.m.? Compounding doesn't sound good when you follow with the word losses. Leveraging user count was fine until JFresh stopped returning my calls. Linixis was good until the run with my actual money. And JPOW owes me 60 treasury bonds from what? From that bet? Tell him to pay up. So about the treasury bonds, he said Japan has them all. He DM'd me this morning. He said, if you want them, come get them, bitch. So I don't know what's going on with the two of you guys, but if you need to, I can arrange a sit down with HR. Ogre Mage, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, dude.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the goat. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weekly.
So we have taken out a large number of payday loans in preparation for MOASS and spent it all on frivolous things like Paw Patrol backpacks and caps. MOASS this week, please? Awkward. Boxers or briefs guy? Boxer briefs. Right in the middle. Yo, but we ain't no cult. What's the little yellow symbol beside some of your positions mean? Oh, auto execute. It's like the auto executed expiration. So weeklies will always have this, I think, on WeBull. So Japan owns America. It's taken 70 years, and they finally have payback for those nukes. Yeah, they could seriously fuck our economy if they want to. Boxer briefs are the sure sign of class and good taste. Boxer brief gang rise up. Ever think that you're the one doing the catfishing when you show up and aren't a centaur like in your Tinder profile pics, but same face, right? At least I have the same face. It's not like I'm, my Tinder's full of pictures of me when I was younger and not fat. It's just like me holding a duck, me as a centaur, me as a lower half Shrek. You know? I don't use any of the flattering ones. Like, me as Mariah Carey wasn't on there. Do you stream card thumbnails as Tinder pics? Absolutely. Almost exclusively. I should just say exclusively. I've been on 50 Tinder dates. At least 75% of them don't look anything like their pictures. That's just not true. I need volunteers from my user investments to pay for my Pigeon Whale membership. I've loved you all. Help me, guys. JPOW is the devil. Thank you, Bithead. It's okay. The returns will pay for themselves in friendship. That's the best investment, right? What's the updated upside target for Opex? Do you think we'll come back down after the run? Yes, I do. And the current upside target is like $3.50 to $5 above GM. So like 38 to 40 right now. Obviously, like the upside price action is going to cause more buying, which can cause more upside. Fidelity showing 78% SI for GME. I saw it on SS, so I might be wrong. Sounds like bullshit. When do you think it would be a good time to sell GME covered calls? Probably after we cross Gamma Max. Cat purring. Don't pet JFresh yet, okay? If you guys pet him too early into Opex, he'll crush the expansion of Gamma and ruin all of our ports. You have to tease him. Like, get a feather and make him chase it. Keep him excited. Fidelity is showing 78%, but that's because their float is wrong at 63.35 million. People need to look at all the data before they get too happy. Sounds like it. Good catch, Atomic. Yeah, you guys really like I don't know where that started. I think it started with Super Stonk, but there's like this assumption that all data is supposed to be correct, or that they're bound by some data law for the data that they show you. They're not. They can put anything there. And they can be like, that's what we got. It's in the disclaimer. What's the dangers of selling to close a call contract with strike with low OI? Does this make selling to close a contract for a profit difficult, assuming the underlying goes up in value? It can, yeah. It can make it hard to close your covered call. Sell to open? Do you mean? How deep in the money do you sell CSPs on GME ahead of Opex settlement runs? Like a few bucks. I'm not too greedy. Superstock data. Return to Monkey Island will be released on this glorious Nopex day. Where is Guybrush? He is here for you. Don't worry. Are we doing Plan with Pickles later? Oh. What was that? That's the pickle rocket. I'll find it. Hold on. I just have to click all of these first. Oh. The 69 bull flag. Okay, that's a start. It's time decay. That's the little pickle guy. Dancing pickle. Support pickle. Bull cat. Keep that there. Bee wasp. Okay, I think this is the... All right, I did it. Your portfolio is amazing. Thanks. Grick's catfish date. I still love you. Awkward. Wait, hold on. I have to send this to the back. Why didn't you do a default swap on JFresh's Gamma Vola Kitty? Remember, pores are always a write-off. Bithead will learn the ways of Pigeon Whale soon enough. There we go. The Carmen Miranda pickle. Like a pickle with a fruit basket on its head? Can you take a look at something for me? Is Fubo forming a Head and Shoulders on the 1 hour? Probably. Looks more like a descending wedge. So, yeah, I mean, if it is a Head and Shoulders, it's going to be a descending Head and Shoulders. Although, you really shouldn't be using those on, like, the 1 hour time frames. Did you know you have a muscular pickle on your head waving a pornographic furry flag? No. but thanks for filling me in. Oh no. Is V dead? I don't think so. It's kind of recovering. I just dropped with the market this morning. I think there's like a long-term trend there. I had a very busy day yesterday, and I apologize, but wasn't able to watch the stream yesterday. Any chance you could recap? No, but there's a chance that you could still go watch the stream. Is Nerve a buy? I don't know. Options haven't opened up on it, which I really don't like. It's up like 2% today. Am I looking at Upstart? It's making me nervous. Sure. Okay. Docu also got shorted really hard on the downside of the SPY. Just be patient. I mean, this isn't like Opex covering yet, right? I think a lot of this is just price action driven by the indices rising. Like none of this is backed with any kind of volume. Did your quants calc Macy's Gamma Max? I can tell you what it is. $21.56. What's your favorite day of the week for trading and why? I'm pretty happy any day the market's open. Yeah, me too, Bob. You think it's starts running to GM if we cross 30? 30 is really important. Yeah. Actually, GME has like positive, or as of this morning, it had positive gamma at 31. We'll see if more call buying comes in or not today. That's going to be a big part of how hard we run this week, is how much call interest there is. What's up with Upstart? Looks like it's being shorted pretty hard into market downturns. Will BTU under 20 remain a strong buy even if Fed 1.0 rate hike? I don't know if anything's a strong buy if Fed goes with a 100 BPS rate hike. I think the chances of the Fed doing that are pretty small right now, though. Upstart is very overshorted. It's on reg share right now. Fair value stock price for Upstart? It's a good question. I know their book value is like $10 a share. Probably somewhere around like 40 or 50 bucks. Their financials are really good, surprisingly. Thoughts on grabbing docu shares at the current price? I don't know if I'd want shares. I mean, I guess you could. It's pretty cheap at 56. Looks like a lot of put credit spreads, sold puts, bought calls, synthetic long, you mean? Yeah, it does look pretty bullish. That's usually another good sign of Opex, is you start to see a lot of synthetic long positions open up. What's up, Magnus? Upstart being shorted at this point during the settlement window is a good thing. Looks like they're trying to make a little money before letting it run, or at least make it a little cheaper. The CEO of Blink Charging was on CNBC Friday and straight up accused people of overshorting his stock, claimed 11 of the 50 million shares were artificially short. Okay. Him and everyone else. I mean, sucks for that guy, I guess. What's your thesis on GME? No MOASS? Do you still expect some kind of squeeze? I mean, it could at some point potentially squeeze due to the amount of illiquidity it has. I don't think we'll see anything like a repeat of January 2021. But in the meantime, there's a lot of money to be made selling volatility on GME and trading it. So got to make your own MOASS. Only 11 shares synthetic out of 50 mil. I think he means 11 million out of 50 million. It was just interesting that he was direct about it. I don't think it's like a secret. Like, everyone knows about artificial liquidity. The SEC is sworn to protect and uphold it. Do you think they'll short GME tomorrow and hold off the Opex run until Wednesday? They might. I think that'll depend on how much pressure gets applied to them today, right? Like if they need to buy shares, they don't want to buy them while the price is going up, right? They want to like wait. It's like, oh, you know, this is rocketing. I think I'll hold off. So they're gonna just buy, right? When the pressure hits, they'll just start buying. And I think a lot of that, you know, you have the ETF obligations and you have the MM obligations, and one of them's gonna buy first, right? It's kind of a bit of a standoff until one of them does. But once one of them starts buying, the other one has to come in and start buying too. Otherwise, they'd have to buy at a higher price. In 20 years, when we were all still here and everyone goes full port on GME options, then MOASS, I mean, better upside potential. So you're saying if I buy some now, even like 5 to 10 shares, it puts more pressure on the whole thing. I mean, share buying doesn't really increase pressure that much. It just drives more volatility, right? Which, you know, the more volatility GME has, the more attractive it is to short. Why do you think 100 BPS has a slim chance? Um, because the market's already down and it's not healthy enough to withstand the hit. Don't forget that the Fed is still holding a giant bag of shit they need to sell. They don't want to crash the market. And they don't want to sell their stuff cheaper either. What do you think is the percentage of options that are deep in the money that get exercised versus just sold for profit? It's pretty slim. I think statistically it's like 6 or 7% of in the money options get exercised. It also depends on the stock. Some stocks are higher than others. Overshorted equals high volatility. Does this explain Napoleon syndrome? Yes. 51% dark pool volume on GME so far. Or 41%. Okay, nice. Thanks, Herva. What timeline are you looking at for Macy's calls? Just Opex. It's already starting to move up. I figured sad times that gamma squeezes are basically a thing of the past. They're not. We get gamma squeezes on like the SPY all the time. I think it's just that people don't understand. Like most gamma squeezes go down, not up. People are far more likely to pile into the short side. And you're also far more likely to get exercising to the short side. But gamma squeezes can happen to the upside. It's just it requires like a lot of institutional involvement. What percent of in the money covered calls get exercised? Oh, it's really high. I know. But that's the, you know, that's the market maker generally exercising those just to return to neutral, right? And they're buying them as a hedge in the first place. So outside of market making, I should say, very few covered calls are exercised. Why is 40% dark pool volume on GME nice? Isn't Jimmy dark pool volume usually much higher? No? Also, if they're covering like Opex periods, dark pool volume should be much lower. And like net like delta volume should also be lower because real shares are being bought at market. I told a theory of mine for a few days ago that whoever wants to cover this week will wait until the 11th hour to do so because of FOMC. You shut it down because you said the covering is coming from ETFs, which is more or less just a 1 or 0 kind of situation. I'm a little confused. So ETF obligations are cash settled, right? They'll wait, if they think they can get a cheaper price, but they can't wait very long. It's kind of just like an automatic purchase. The market maker is likely to wait, right, until the ETF starts covering, but depending on which ETF is involved, they have different like ACH transfer periods. Like XRT is 3 days, IJH is 2. I think like this I think all the State Street ones and BlackRock ones are 3 days, and the Vanguard ones, I'm actually not sure what their ACH settlement period is because I couldn't find it, but I think it's 2 or 3 days also. But once the ETFs start buying, then the MM is their hand is kind of forced, right? The MM has the decision on when they cover in the T+2 period. A lot of today's price action you're seeing is just the lack of shorting, and the rising market, like the rising indices. So we're seeing less shorting on all of these stocks. Like the price suppression element is removed, and you're seeing, active fund purchasing, which is driving some upward pressure. But none of this is like Opex covering, right? I think some retail is contributing as well. You can tell in Wall Street Bets there's a little buzz on GME starting to swirl. Yeah, I don't know how much effect retail has, but there's some. How can you be sure? Volume's still really low. Is AMD an OPEC stock? Yeah, its volatility is heavily shorted. How's the chain looking? I mean, the Greek neutrals are on the page here. Like intraday? I mean, it doesn't tell you a lot, but looks like decent call buying till about 10:02, and it starts to slump a little bit. But a fair chunk of like bought calls and sold puts. Big chunk of November 18 28.75 puts, and those appear to be bought. Institutional order flow is bearish, retail order flow and small retail order flow are bullish. Do you have an Upstart position? Yeah, I do. 2-year bond ripping. It's gonna break 4%. Huh. T-bond, like the 5-year and T-bond futures are both down a bit today. Russell 2000 is up. So is like the Dow 30. But NASDAQ and like S&P are still down. Dixie's up about 25 BPS. Indexes are still down a little bit, but they look like they're recovering. This is a fantastic start to Opex. If GME's holding with VWAP and Opex volume hasn't hit yet. I agree. GME just gapped up. Like a tiny bit. No, it didn't. The spread on GME is kind of crazy right now. 10 cents? 7 to 10 cents at the money. Jesus Christ, 14 cents? That's like a 50-cent spread. GME's getting real illiquid right now. Put on some safety glasses. You're going to lose an eye. Thanks, True State. Spiked at 6 a.m. Now I don't think we can resist the gravity of $4. Oh, 4.0. Okay, that makes more sense. Can you just say Rev so I feel better about my calls? Revlon. Are you concerned that IV is still kind of low on GME? Not yet, no. Do you still think they hedge GME properly? I mean, for the most part, they don't always hedge like weeklies, but I still think that for the most part, most of GME's price action is still its options hedging. Don't act like you don't know the term is GME finna squart. There's a high chance of squarting in the future for GME right now. How does Mac Dork look? Pretty good. Or, well, it looked pretty good earlier. I guess I could look at it again right now. How does it do that? Early morning price action looks very good. Or at least, like, the first candle. Hmm. Interesting. And it kind of indicates that we should have, like, a couple more days, but Like, we're seeing liquidity flow back from XRT a little bit. Sometimes I look at this and I wonder if it actually means anything, Dork. Okay, that makes a little more sense. Yeah, no, it looks... The setup looks really good on several time frames. So, yeah, we'll see how it turns out. If I purchase contracts that, if exercised, exceed 5% of a company's float, would that require me to disclose the SEC, or is that only in direct stock purchases? You don't have to disclose if all your ownership is only in options, unless you exercise. You can, in a disclosure of ownership, claim options as part of that ownership. Feeling greedy on higher strikes. You could probably get higher strikes. I don't know. Boxy light. I would be really careful rolling to higher strikes. I don't think this Opex is like as large as March unless there's ETF covering. And I don't think we'd have any data that could like indicate that in advance. So you're taking a big risk. Can you pull up Tesla chart and share thoughts on why Tesla is doing a mini squat? Gracias. Tesla is an Opex stock. It always does little squirts. Also, the S&P is up. Tesla's a big part of that. Or moving up. I mean, it's down on the day, but Upstart making me sweat. Nice. Thoughts on Jimmy Weekly $26 CSPs for guaranteed profits? Gross. It's like tying up a shitload of capital and margin for... I mean, I don't know. Are you gonna use the credit to go like long simultaneously? Because $26 weekly CSPs just aren't worth much. Like $30 each. Yeah, no. Don't say that. Superman. Is it good that Upstart is on Reg Show? I mean, it doesn't really mean anything that it's on Reg Show. What's good is if it runs while on Reg Show. Do you play options with Costco or just hold shares? I have in the money call contracts for October on Costco. I've had them for quite some time now. I don't own any shares. Any far out of the money calls you can recommend that I can YOLO into in Diamond Hand? Of course, I'll blame you for not setting stops as well. I mean, just like the farthest dated possible ones, so you can't blame me for several months. I get the feeling your Amazon won't get called away. Or it already did. My Amazon got called away on Friday. I sold them for 916. What'd you see on SPY OI this morning? Lots of puts cashed out, or mostly rolled down and out. Lots of puts got cashed out on the SPY on Friday. Huge amounts of them. Interesting. The neutral SPY's dropping. Hmm. SPY's looking okay so far. The SPY might be in a position to rally pretty hard, actually. So, curious. Let me see something else here. SPX. So the gamma flip point for SPX to the upside is 4012 401250. 3900 is pretty rough. 3950 is also kind of hard to cross, but call interest is picking up. And there's not a lot of put interest above 3950. So if it can claw its way above 3900, it looks really, really good to move up to like 4000 or 405. What you mean option is most IV sensitive? I mean anything with like relatively high Vega or big stacks of options with lower Vega. It's funny watching other YouTubers say that because Opex was so put heavy and SPY dropped so much, that this week would be bad for indices. When on this channel, we believe the exact opposite. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I kind of waited on this yesterday. I really don't expect the SPY to move above too much above 30, like 3900 going into the Fed meeting. I think it'll kind of stabilize and it might move a little above it, but probably not going to break 3950 or SPX. When you say stopped out, do you mean stop losses? Yeah. Or stop limits or trailing stops. Overcrowding to one side or the other equals Opex backlash. Yeah, it usually does. AMD doing a rippy. Ooh. I'll buy some more calls. Mm-hmm. And this time the overcrowding is market wide. Well, that's because we're in a bear market, right? $9:30 calls. Hopefully get in and out by before Wednesday. Degenerate, but not very degenerate. What's up, DV? A little degenerate. I mean, October's are only like 20. Like, how much money are you saving? Because these are cheap as fuck. Jimmy not following the SPY anymore. Utilization's probably going up pretty hard right now. You said stop limits for Jimmy Opex. What are the boundaries? 2% stop, 5% limit? Like 5% stop, 8% limit? Like much wider than that. And I generally don't start setting them until I hit like my mid price target, which would be GM. Do you have any videos or clips for the Fubo thesis? No, I don't think so. Have I clipped anything? Maybe? I don't think so, though. Probably not. Hmm. What's GM for BBBY? 1361. Fubo was a Pickles pick. Yeah, that's right. Like a while back. Quick reminder that in the lead up to the 2008 financial crisis, top members of the SEC were busy maxing out their computer hard drives with not safe for work material instead of doing their jobs. That is their job. Closing both legs of a straddle for profit equals winning. Yeah, my XPX shorts stopped out this morning. I'm just still in the calls. From the one I placed Friday. Framing Trader, thank you so much for becoming a pigeon whale, man. Guys, welcome Framing Trader to the Royal Society for the advancement of cooing and other lofty goals.
$99 straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money. Think he's got a gun to my head. Pigeon whales are the highest class of society.
Jimmy chart looking bullish as fuck. They're really trying not to let it run today. It's funny. I like the pressure though. What happened to VWAP on Rev at open? Or is my WeBull just off? I have no idea. Nothing? It just moved up and then down. Very low volume. Refresh it? Yeah, still bullish on Revlon. Right now it's about $1.50 below. What man? Arbitrage? Don't worry, you can't take advantage of it. On some pours, Webull is showing VWAP down to 2.35 at open. Maybe like OTC prints that you're not getting. You think SPY can run to 3090 before the Fed meeting? I mean, it's already halfway there. And I gotta stop whispering Riku along to the song when I'm wearing my AirPods. I keep getting weird looks. Don't ever let anyone make you feel bad about being you. Plumber poopy hands. Whoa, we're halfway there. Massive candle on XRT. Dope. That's what I like to hear. If we get 100 BPS, in general, the market reacts badly to whatever the hike and pukes How much will that benefit the shorts? Possible lows for GME during the week. Thank you in advance. I don't think we're gonna see 100 BPS hike. Like the chances of it are very slim. If we do, it's gonna be bad for everything. Yeah, Fubert moving up to 460. Don't talk about the size of XRT candles. You'll get me too excited. Well, this last one was pretty girthy. Fubo. Yeah, GM on Fubo bounced hard Thursday, Friday. Moving up to 678. Gamma neutral crossing Vega neutral. Gamma neutral at 224. DN at 437. So yeah, upside looks good. It's right above delta neutral still. Similar setup to the run on August like 16th with like gamma neutral rising and price above DN. So yeah, there's definitely call buying there. Yeah, 318,000. Hmm. Oh, nope, that's not the right one. What do I want to look at? This. What's AMD doing? Oh, it disappeared. That's interesting. Usually this not so bullish. Dude, they're just fucking stacking up the dicks right now. Look at this shit. They're trying so hard to keep active fund pressure under control. Can we talk about that GME chart? Yeah, it looks fucking amazing. How does Ivy look at the Docu Jan 23 170 strike? It's okay. Is the IV not showing for you? Can you not see it yourself? Are you asking what Vega looks like on it? What's the value? Can you whisper something bullish? Something bullish. How's that? 45, 50, 65 CCs probably safe this week. I'd wait to sell them. Because if you sold them right now, they'd be worthless. Fucking ridiculous. What do you got for me? Yeah, it's bullish as fuck. I know. I just looked at the squiggles myself, dork. We're looking at the same squarting indicators. This Jimmy pattern looks like nothing I've seen before, and I've watched it since the sneeze every day. I've seen it do this before. It did this a little bit in March before they shorted it back down. Um and then it ran. But yeah, it's done this before. It's not very common. It's like a lot of upward pressure. Usually we have more volatility on the upward pressure, or we used to have more volatility on the upward pressure. So we would get like harder, like a harder spike in the morning. Like that. Catfish story, went over it on the member stream yesterday, which is uploaded. You can watch it. It's like right at the beginning. Does your shirt say oat? It says cat. All of my t-shirts from now on are going to be tickers, right? And then how much money I've made on that ticker. The more money, the better quality shirt I buy. Bullish on oat? Did you get that shirt at Costco? I don't think so. I bought it on Amazon, maybe? Ticker shirts with options contract dates on the back, like concert tour dates. Exactly. How do you approach Jimmy weeklies for Opex? DCA? Yeah, that's kind of what I've been doing. Did Docu get slammed again? Ooh, Docu didn't get slammed as hard this time. Nice. Jimmy bid ask is 5 cents. When was the last time you saw it this illiquid? It's a little more than that. It's been fluctuating between like 7 to 15. And I've been trying to pay attention to it. Before the split was the last time I saw it. I've seen it this illiquid. At least the upper end of that gap. 5 cents is pretty normal. Did you sell your GME calls? No? Because the price only went up like 89 cents today. Tips touch mean price finna bus. Bullish on O bus packs. Nice, Kirk's ice cream sandwich. Very nice. Where do I look for shares tomorrow on GME? IBKR, yeah, and Fidelity. Those are the two sources of like retail borrowable shares that we can, well, that we have access to like lending information on. Is the illiquidity bad for Opex? The illiquidity is why you get Opex. Are you still bullish on Spurt? No. Sorry, Dan's in your mouth. I can't help it. Can't see your GME calls on your screen is why they asked. Really? They're right there. Still bullish on Rev, even with the October hearings. Yep. That's what I'm bullish for. For the most part. I mean, like, that's the biggest catalyst. I don't think Revlon is likely to be delisted. And if it's not, that's gonna be very, very bullish. If it is, oh well. But if it's not, super fun. If you go ahead with tickers on shirts idea, would your Spurt shirt be nothing because you lost your shirt on that play? Rim shot. I didn't. I made a lot of money on Spurt. Yeah, I made a shitload of money on Spurt. How did people lose money on Spurt? It went from $5 to $50. We'll have to get an SST bag holder shirt made up too. Do you think some big players will pile in after the hearing if Rev doesn't get delisted? Possibly, yeah. I lost money on Spurt. Congratulations, JC. Spurt was supposed to hit 100K. No, it fucking wasn't. I didn't lose money on Spurt, but I was too early. I got out at 339 at a small profit after bag holding it for a couple months. Yeah, that was the story for a lot of people. Even me, like I was out much earlier than like the peak of the run. But I caught some of those like early like $13 moves a few times. And then on the final run, I think I was out at what, like 20? Did Jimmy break the trend? No, I don't think so. No. I bought SST and all I got was this lousy t-shirt. Don't forget the bags, Sean McDanry. Don't forget the bags. Actually, you know what? I'll make it like one of those like cloth. That's the first merchandise. I'm gonna make bags for BBBY, SST. We'll print like official bag holder on the side. And you can take them shopping with you. Also reducing the use of single use plastics. So bullish on the environment. Yeah, canvas totes. Or hemp. You know. They can't afford to go shopping. Pickles picks will just become whatever new bags I've added to the collection that week. I'm still holding BBBY, but my cost basis is 493. So you're saying you could have 3x'd your position and you didn't sell? Like recently, even after the run. Why didn't you just sell it when it ran? Did you think BBBY was worth more than $30 a share? It's, I'll give you a hint. It's not. Thanks, Steven. There's a huge insider buy on ASAN. 1.8 billion. Huh. That is a big insider buy. Asana? Oh, this is like an IPO? A recent IPO? September 20? Interesting. Decent earnings. I mean, I don't know what the fuck they do. Packaged software technology? Alright. You know, for a software company, their earnings are actually not bad. Yeah, probably not terrible. And in a low enough range that, like, if you wanted to buy and hold it, I mean, I'd have to look more into the rest of their financials, but insider confidence is never a bad thing. Especially when it's like over almost half of its current market capitalization. Have you discussed your thoughts on the Morningstar price update? I mean, it's really nothing, right? Like it's just an algorithmically generated like price target. I don't think GameStop's worth $49 a share, but you know, if they need an excuse for Opex to run, they can always or for the Opex run, they can always lay it on the Morningstar upgrade. I'm not sure what Morningstar's previous rating was. I know it was a little lower. GameStop's book value went up on the better earnings. Don't forget, like, book value on GME almost doubled. Or almost tripled? No, doubled. With the reduction in SG&A. I sold $10 CCs going into the run and was underwater, so I couldn't sell. I learned a lot. You know, Sir Bro, if you get like a crazy spike in price action like that, you can sell your shares out from under the calls. At $10, obviously, I wouldn't do that. because you're open to like a fuck ton of naked risk. But if it's only like a little bit above and you expect the price to come back down, you can sell the shares out from under the covered calls. Do you throw up pre-split Tesla values now, or can they be used to compare current prices? I wouldn't. It's a big mistake to do that, to like always be going back and trying to compare previous prices to like post-split prices. Everything in the past should just be divided by the split value. Now Tesla dead, right? No, Tesla should be okay for Opex. It's at like 309 right now. It's doing good today. It's continuing to climb up. What do you need it to hit, Victor? Like 400? What was I looking at? Docu. There we go. Does this upward price action indicate a possible play on it? Sure. I just don't think Fubo's in a position yet where it's gonna start to get really volatile OPEXs. It may run for OPEX, but probably not a ton. I can see it peaking at like $7 or $8 at most. At which point, like, if you wanted to play OPEX, why not just target like GME or something, where your like notional gain is much higher? Can you please elaborate from selling shares from under the calls? Okay, so you have covered calls, right? They're collateralized. You can sell the collateral out from underneath them, leaving the calls naked. If you think price is gonna like go down, generally you want to really confirm the downside, but because you're taking a ton of risk by doing that, and you don't want to be too far out of the money, but only on a margin account. Yeah. How accurate would you say the data on chart exchanges? It's usually decent. I mean, everyone has their own calculation for IV, so you're going to get fluctuations with that across any platform. But I mean, the rest of the stuff on chart exchange is okay. Their T plus like 35 FTD stuff is usually wrong. All of their FTD data, like the counts are wrong, but like the FTD data itself is just sourced from the SEC. So it's fine if you're just looking up like the amount of FTDs. Just useless if you're trying to time the covering of them. That sounds like a terrible idea. Really? I sold like 2,000 AMD shares out from under my covered calls when it peaked last year, and it was a great fucking idea. I got the premiums and I sold my shares at the top. No, not for novices. Not at all. I mean, it's not safer, Cody, right? It's you know, I think a lot of people get caught up in their covered calls and they forget the risk to their holding. You know, if you've received $4 a share for, you know, a stock that's like $150 a share, and that stock's going to drop $30. You didn't win by rolling your covered calls. Upstart borrow fee going up a little bit. Cool. What do you mean? No. No, the roll would, first of all, the calls are in the money. So rolling them is, you're going to roll them at probably some loss. And if you don't roll them at a loss, you're going to roll them at a slight gain. You're going to lock them up in covered calls that are out of the money. And then the price of the underlying, the stock that you own, is going to drop massively. This is the situation we're describing. There's no advantage to keeping your covered call open at that point. Because the value, the intrinsic value of the stock that you own, which is worth far more than the premium you received for the calls you sold, is going to drop. Yeah, you have to be able to have naked calls to do it. I mean, most people in here aren't ever even going to have the opportunity to do that, but options is a strategic investment. It covers this exact scenario. Yeah. Are you aware of any precedent in the past of a company being delisted despite fulfilling all the basic requirements? No, but I'm sure that it exists. Yeah, so Cody, think of like this situation, right? You have a stock that you bought at like $20, you know, it's trading at like 34, right? You sell $40 covered calls on it. Some news event happens and the price of the stock spikes really hard, right? Say it hits like $50. And you know that this is going to be very short term. You can sell your shares out from under the calls, and then when the price comes back down after the exuberance leaves the market, you can buy back in or, close your covered calls out. Still risky. Yeah, of course, because you're leaving your calls naked. So, if the price keeps going up, you're fucked. Like I said, you really have to confirm that it's going to come back down. What do you think of this price action on the SPY? Falling wedge? Like long term? It looks just like a double bottom to me, but which should be good for continued trend to the upside. How do you confirm large degree of profit taking? You know, sold calls, volumetric sell-offs, stop losses triggering. It's truly amazing that one person has this extreme amount of knowledge on market dynamics. You're one of a kind. Thank you so much, Boxum. You're not wrong. It's just an accumulation of knowledge over years. You guys will get there one day. It's like the 10,000 hour rule, right? I wonder if 2020 Tesla shorts with CCs also tried selling shares and buying back, but it blew them up since the price didn't go back down. Probably. I don't know about shorts, but longs definitely got fucked in that scenario. Which, yeah, I mean, that does theoretically create a short when you sell naked calls, which is the position a market maker's in, right? They're always selling naked calls. And so if the price keeps rising, they have to start buying the underlying stock. After my wife made me move options as a strategic investment out of our 2-car garage so she could fit her car in there, I hired a crane to set it next to the side of the house and had it hollowed out. I now have a 4th large bedroom. Oh, nice. Did you just put all the individual pages on the walls? Are we not to 10K hours? It feels like it. Definitely not. Can we figure out how many hours I've streamed? No, don't. Never mind. I agree. Drove Sunday from a show and listened to your Sunday stream with my sister. She was like, "This guy is smart, but also funny and entertaining. Great combo." Yeah, I'm a catch. Hey, my stops got triggered, but in a good way. Oh, cool. Congratulations, man. Let's be brothers. 2,080 hours is a 40-hour work week. Roughly 2.3 thousand. Okay, so 1/5 of the way there. Almost a quarter. Did that guy just offer to be Eskimo brothers with you via his sister? I think just brothers, no Eskimo. Sans Eskimo. So in a couple more years, Gherk will be hip with the times and have super clickbaity thumbnails and be way more bombastic on stream. No. Your catch seems a bit too soon. Use fishing references after your recent catfishing. Don't add to your own trauma. I'm over it. Don't worry. I've moved on psychologically. It's not like it's the first time I've been lied to on Tinder. I do live in New York City. This one wasn't even as bad as some previous ones. One time a dude showed up and he was like, "Yeah, you were talking to my cousin." And I was like, "Okay." I was like, "So where's she?" And he's like, "She's gonna meet you at our place." And I was like, "That sounds odd. I think I'll stay here." He was not happy with that outcome. It was like, but she like really wanted to meet you. And I was like, well, then she should have come here and met me. So, you know, not the worst one. Some of them are just straight up like robbery attempts. Yeah, I'm aware. But you know what? I don't want to close myself off. I want to keep an open mind. You'll start every video with what's going on, pickle ticklers? It's your boy, Gherk. Tell us not to forget to hit that notification bell. Oh, that's exhausting, man. I don't know how people do that. Just imagine pretending to be excited all the time without medication or drugs. And then if you're paying for a drug habit on top of like, you know, or out of your YouTube revenue, are you even really making money anymore? That's why I never swiped on anything higher than an 8 when I was using Tinder. 9s and 10s would only match if they were trying to sell me their OnlyFans or steal my liver kidneys. You know what? Just think of it like 0 DTs. Sometimes they hit, Popcorn Trader, and it's worth it. Do you know my record was 0 DTEs? Your problem is you get them too far out of the money. Jimmy fallen through VWAP. Cool. I met my wife on Tinder. I don't know what she was doing on it though, since we're both married. Yeah, it's a bit weird. Huh. I wonder how many times that's actually happened. Where like a husband and wife match on Tinder. The number has to be more than one, right? Millennial version of if you like pina coladas. Yeah. Why would you swipe right on your wife? Photoshop? I mean, clearly you wanted to bang her before. That seems like the easiest hurdle to overcome. Maybe you just swipe right because you're sending like a subtle psychological signal, like I see what you're up to, you know? Oh, shorting. Yeah, a little bit. I bought weeklies at the top. Nailed it. Congratulations, Bastion. Market's selling off a little bit. We'll see if it catches some support on VWAP. Shorting and shills? We might actually make some real money this Opex. We'll see. Or we'll lose it all. It's one or the other. What's the proper way to get through options as a strategic investment? Read the whole thing or just use it as reference. It's pretty dense. I would recommend probably using it as reference initially. And then over time, you'll make your way through the entirety of the information in it. Does London's market being closed today push Opex? I mean, generally Opex doesn't happen on Monday anyway. So, sure. I read the fuck out of the table of contents. Nice. I don't know if an Opex has ever run on Monday. Has it? November. But that was it. But November started running on Friday, right? It just kept running on Monday. Stop hunting? Maybe a little, yeah. I like shorting. It lets us know they care. Upstart all-time low? Let's see. Interestingly, just below my risk, but no. All-time low looks like it's around 22.43. Is that like the hedgies negging you? Yeah. I'm still in Upstart, yeah. Although, if Upstart doesn't move up this week, I'm going to have to buy a lot of shares at $27, which is gross. Everyone panicking. The reverse Opex indicator is now flashing. Buying more, right? Man, they're really trying to get out of those 38.50 shorts, huh? I was thinking if it pops this Opex past 40, so deep in the money CCs with the intent of getting assigned to get out with profit and then wait to re-enter with shares when it inevitably drops. Okay. I mean, you have to hope it drops to a lower price than it started on this run. But I guess, yeah, you could do that. You hope it drops back down to the mid-20s. That's the risk there, is what if it doesn't? What if it stabilizes in a higher range? You don't get a re-entry opportunity. Well, that's how weeklies work, BGZ. Would you just buy a bunch of shit? More? What if I'm greedy and fearful at the same time? It's like being sexually frustrated. So many people in chat today yelling about setting stops. I haven't seen that in the past. I have. The BBBY run. No one listened, but people were still saying it. Was the double bottom failure opportunistic shorting on the SPX? No? I don't think anything's actually failed yet. Right? Like, this still looks bullish as fuck. I think people are just overly sensitive to, like, short-term fluctuations in price. They don't ever zoom out. Do you think the 250k volume at open was some covering? Probably, yeah. They could also just been rehedging from the imbalance from Friday. First time I ever played weeklies. I usually just buy shares and leaps. Learned my lesson. Might as well hold them now. Can they get any worse? Like, my wife's pants ripped when squatting down this weekend at the mall. She's not overweight or anything. Is this a round? Thanks for adding that. Is this a rounded bottom breakout you've been talking about? I haven't talked about rounded bottom breakouts, but it's compelling. It sounds bullish. I'll throw it on the pile. Ooh, IV's pricing up. Sexy. You know, every Opex, I just love delta insensitive options more and more. They're so great. Look at the 50s. They just barely moved. They don't give a fuck. Opex has never happened on a Monday. Like, we've gone up a little bit on Monday, like closed the day up like 3-4%, stuff like that, but we've never like ripped on a Monday. Except, well, January 2021. A rounded bottom breakouts followed up by boots with the fur. No? Don't ever talk to me or my goat ever again. That's not gonna work for me. What's that? There was like a 5% bump on the GME 50s and 3875s on the turnaround for Ivy. Are you sure we didn't rip Monday in March 2022? We went up a little and then we got slammed back down, if I remember correctly. I could double check it, but what is this? The 30-minute? Hold on, I think I went too far back. There we go. So March 20, what was the Monday? Was it the 21st? So 21st at we hit our high at noon for the day, and then we went down into we almost moved back all the way back to our low by the end of the day. So peak at 2489 and then closed the day at 2319. The next morning on the 22nd, we moved from 2309 up to 3143. So yeah, Monday in March was very much like that on the intraday. No, it closed lower. March 21st actually closed lower. The Friday before was up. So the Friday before closed up after earnings. Here, I'll just show you guys. This is the Monday right here. The 21st. This is Monday morning. And this is close. So it kind of carried up into the midday and then down into close. Volatility at open, so that lines up with today, right? Like big volatility spike at open, then price rose slightly higher at its peak, and then trended down into close, and then rocketed on T+2. Today already starting to look like that, right? Like first hour, we hit our peak. Yeah. Or wait, no, that's not GME. This is GME. First, second hour, we hit our peak. Is today like Christmas Eve then? Well, if Christmas could be in the next 2 days, then yeah. Wait, I'm a pigeon whale? I don't know. Are you? Nice, Boxy. Yeah, got another peak incoming before moderation into the end of the day. Possibly. I don't know. This like pattern on the SPY is kind of bearish. Past results don't indicate future results. I'm aware. It is good to see similarities in the price action, though. So keep calls until tomorrow? I'm gonna hold them through Wednesday. I'm gonna go do dishes and come back to a bullish pattern. We'll see. It depends. It really depends on if the SPY breaks up here or not, I think. It's looking better. Like, it didn't break down at the peak, which is bullish. It's like this is like a bear flag, right? And normally, that would break down, but it's stabilized. Uh, that stabilization could be good for a reversal. I don't know if you can set an alert for a strikes IV. Maybe? Can they negate Jimmy Opex entirely by tanking the market? No. Well, in the past they couldn't. Opexes aren't as strong as they used to be. In the past, Jimmy would just pick up negative beta and start moving against the market during Opex. Nowadays, harder to say. It would probably reduce price potential. Are you not bullish at all on gaming NFTs? Not yet. First of all, I don't think there's like any good games with them yet. Like, it'll take some time. Game development is quite a long cycle. Like, it's a very long development cycle. Do you see Fubo falling below 4 again in the near-ish future? Looking for a good share price to pick up more? It's possible. It's hard to say with like institutional interest picking up if it won't, just continue to have a lot of support at like the $4 and $4.50 range. Um, yeah, you may not see sub 4 again. It could happen after Opex, maybe on like a big market drop, but you'll definitely want to be paying attention. Greg, I believe at this point in the week, people need a reminder on how to play weeklies for Opex. What do you mean? It's pretty easy. You buy them, and then if they're green, you sell them. Is it worth it to sell Fubo $4 CSP and reduce cost basis in the meantime? Sure, yeah. I think outside of the OPEX window, Fubo's really great for strangles because it has a lot of like options interest. And if you want to get more shares, you'll get more shares if they're like sold like short strangles. And then you can sell covered calls on your long position. So if it drops, you pick up more shares. If it rises, you capture some profits. Yeah, still bullish on Revlon. Ninja Trader? DC Varix? Fidelity shorting 78.28% short. What mean? They have the wrong float count. That's what it means. They're counting the float as 63 million shares instead of 256 million shares. Or whatever it is. I can't say I'm not enjoying it, Bipolar Bear. It's quite nice. Thoughts on SPX? What about it? Looks like it'll complete the breakdown around 38.58. We saw some calls sell out, probably from straddles placed on Friday. We'll probably see the short side capitulate into the midday, and then we could see a rise in price into the late afternoon. You still think it's going to 3,900? It could. It's already above 38.50, so it's in a good range. The question, I think, the biggest question is going to be at the 3,900 mark going into the Fed meeting. Are we going to cross over and stay in the upper range? Or are we going to stay in the lower range down here? And this'll just depend on positioning. We'll move into one of those and then probably not move out of it much. I know you have the patience of a saint, but how in the world do you keep answering the same Revlon question every 20 minutes or so without losing your marbles? I write down their username on a piece of paper, and then when Revlon starts running, I'm going to ban them from chat. Right? I thought it was a great idea too. Has anyone checked on Gaff? How did he sleep last night while crypto fell? Probably like a baby. I think he sold all his big positions like a while back. He's probably like loaded up on puts for Bitcoin right now. I don't know. If you've asked me if I'm bullish on Rev in the last 10 days, your name's on a list. I don't make the rules, right? Carl just enforces them. Carl's my muscle. Carl's my YouTube muscle, and then Fluffy's Discord muscle. Another one for the napkins. Still bullish on Rev. You know it. This isn't so bad. Higher high. Weak reversal though. What is the proper spelling of Carl or Carl? Carl. Yeah, I think that's a bit of a leap, Mr. Poopy Pants. I can't wait to be the only person in chat when Rev starts running. Are you too bullish? Are you still bullish on reversible jackets? Yes, those are amazing. Also, reversible pants. Carl told me about them the last time he pooped his pants in public. He just flipped them inside out, and he was good to go for the rest of the day. Will you hold your GME weeklies overnight? I will, Saman. When you're looking at strangles on potentially volatile stocks like Fubo, do you normally go monthlies or do you sell like 14 DTE? Usually like 14 DTE. I'm probably not gonna go a month out unless I'm pretty confident in some downside. I don't know if you ever I told you, but our new daughter's middle name is Revlina. Oh my god. Wait, are you fucking with me? Or is that real? That's fucking awesome, turd. Did you pick it? Have you even made money on Referral yet? All right, that's it. We're moving from Rebecca to Revlina. All right, I'm gonna be back in like 3 minutes when this is more bullish. All right, did things get better? Perfect. If you had a 9 to 5 job, what would it be? I don't know. Mid-level executive. Like in a large corporation. So I'd make decent money, but never actually do anything. What's the best kind of onion for making salsa? White. White onion. What would make you not bullish on Revlon? Delisting? To summarize, I feel like we're waiting for October listing hearing and hoping to catch some large volatility gains through our Jan 35 season. Till then, thoughts? Basically. In it to win it. You guys have a bullish poop sensation that comes along before a market turnaround. Correct. If you had to take your goodness at trading and apply it to another non-financial skill, what would it be? So, wait, hold on a second. I'm supposed to take my skill at trading and apply it to something that's not trading? I would work as a buyer for a large retail outlet or in manufacturing, a procurer of things. That's kind of like trading, but without the trading part. Import export work, yeah, I could do that too. You'd be a great passive aggressive life coach. I've yet to hear favorite pickle. Half sour dill pickles. They're crisp. They taste like dill. They're amazing. Slightly spicy. What about your skills as leading a cult? That could be very marketable. True. I haven't really explored that niche, but everything's getting murdered. The difference is that GME doesn't have a lot of short liquidity, and Docu and Upstart do. You're either in a cult or you're leading a cult, and sadly, Gurk. But I'm not a cult leader. That's nonsense. If you start a cult, I'll follow you. Thank you. You're not you when you're high. Bruce Wayne, I'm not sure the existence of massive short positions is bullish. How do you find out if they have a lot of short liquidity? I mean, you could just look at shares to borrow, at least initially. You could look at ETF inclusion. Why would they short into the Opex period? They usually do. to make the price cheaper. So if you met a girl at a bar, you wouldn't tell her you're a cult leader? No. I don't think that's a great pickup line. I don't think that's the pickup line you think it is. You got it, Spider. SPX rebound incoming. It looks decent. Nice reverse head and shoulders on the 1 minute. Girk uses his Wells Fargo bank balance to pick up chicks at the bar. Didn't you see the video? But I don't keep any money in my checking account. What kind of fucking pleb keeps all their money in their checking account? And I can't show them my portfolio because they'll be like, why are you showing me your lost porn? If she's concerned that we're in a cult, just play her the song. It says right in it that we are in a cult. That's true. Just to explain how covered calls are same like condoms. They're not. That would be like a bull credit spread. Covered calls are same like keeping it and putting it up for adoption. Like you hope someone wants it, but you're not sure. Either way, after the age of 5, no one's going to take it. So Theta's working against you in both situations. I showed chicks my DRS printed out GME shares, and it does the trick. Is the trick in that situation them fucking a different guy? In which case, congratulations. I don't know, Mike. We'll see. We've already sacrificed several Dans to Lady VWAP. I'm pretty sure that we could, get a religious exemption if we were to seek it out. But I thought we all loved paying our taxes. You guys remember that bullshit on Superstock when everyone's like, "Ah, man, I can't wait to pay my taxes." That's what I knew. I knew then that things weren't gonna get any better. Look at Starbucks for divs, weeklies. It's cheap right now. I think they still have kind of a rough road ahead of them, but they're not going to go out of business. Be warned though, Starbucks has a fuck ton of debt. And rate increases are not good for them. So I would at least wait until after the Fed decision with some idea of the future Fed decisions. Uncle Bruce doesn't know how to get out of taxes. He just knows how to embezzle money through the Cayman Islands. He's not a tax lawyer. He like ran a small fund, right? And he was either really, really good or so bad that they shipped him off to the Cayman Islands. I don't know which one is true. Why is there no value to that information? Because Fidelity's counting GME's float size incorrectly. So GME's short percentage is that divided by 4. Then you'll get the correct number. Oh man. Fucking 2 years into this shit. And people are still looking for hopium any place they can find it. Can you explain how Upstart, with its small float, has more short liquidity than GME? The GME has significantly higher institutional ownership and retail ownership than Upstart does. Float size is irrelevant, right? That has nothing to do with, like, I mean, it does, but it doesn't have anything to do with the availability of liquidity. Like, there's no retail interest in Upstart, really. It's mostly just institutions, and they all lend their shares, so lots of short liquidity. Obviously, that short liquidity has been drying up, or it wouldn't be on Reg Show. I don't know if Bruce knows a lot about paying taxes, right? He lived in the Caymans forever, so he just wouldn't have paid any taxes. Upstart dumping hard today. I'm not an expert in taxes because I pay someone else to do that. I don't think the Caymans are that expensive. Like how much is real estate in the Cayman Islands? You can get like a small 3-bedroom house for like 600 grand. That's not too bad, right? There's some nice land plots here in what I assume is the jungle next to the ocean. That looks kind of cool. Those are pretty cheap. Let's see. What do you want? Like 3 bedrooms, 2 baths? We got some townhouses for around 800 grand. Some nice condos. This house is only 2 million. It's kind of far from the beach though. I don't understand moving to an island and not living next to the beach. It does have an in-ground pool. It looks like it's hard to get nice furniture in the Caymans. Like a lot of the furniture, I know they're using it for staging, but a lot of the furniture here looks just kind of cheap. 8.9 million for like a six bedroom, 6 bath on the beach. That's not bad. Yeah, beachfront. And it has a pool. You get both. You get a boat dock, a pool, and a beach. And it's got a circular driveway. Did you double down on Upstart? Yeah. And it keeps dropping. It's great. So you can just drive around your losses. Yeah, and no taxes. If you could get SPY to break through VWAP with some volume, that would be great. Just wait until the like midday lull is over. Yeah, that's what I have. October 21s, and they have some new Decembers and Jans also for Upstart. Are memes not allowed in the GME channel anymore? I didn't ban memes, I banned spamming them. So if you're repeatedly posting the same meme over and over and over again with minimal time in between, then yeah, I don't want that. It makes it hard for me to scroll through the chats and it's a pain in my ass. What did you buy for Upstart? It's in the pickles picks. Not even down that much. Make the stock go up again. It will when it's ready. We're officially in the don't look at your port until you see the lines go up on the stream part of Opex. Yeah. Yeah, IV on at the money calls isn't too bad right now. It's spiked a little bit today, but it's not terrible. Do you think people playing Vol on GME in the basket are aware of you? Maybe? I don't know. I ended up with 40% of my port in Revlon. How? You act like it was a mistake. Like you tripped and fell and your port all ended up in Revlon. What? This is first of all, no Opex has ever run on Monday. %40 of his port is $600. I've looked at car. The problem with car is it doesn't have a lot of liquidity in its options chain. I'm super bullish on Aaron Alvin's bearishness. He hasn't been this bearish since March. Oh, one sec. Is it strange that I get excited to see active shorting on GME? No? That seems perfectly reasonable. Nice Fubo ad? Oh, on the stream? Cool. Napkin? You should be able to pick your ads and make them all the stocks you own. I just need iTine's back to get everyone overhyped. Did he leave? I thought I saw him like yesterday. I think the Fed made up their mind before the meeting starts tomorrow. Or if SPY rips back to 4,200, do we get the 100 basis point bomb? Maybe. Because you said it has never run on a Monday, it will only run today somehow. I could believe that. What weeklies do react violently to small fluctuations in the price. Hmm. Added 120 Jan and 200 M out of the money calls on that recent dip. Nice. That's a girthy position in those stacks. What if the store makes the chicken salad out of day old rotisserie chicken, Mr. Grey Pubes? When did they cover the last Opex runs? May was on Wednesday. March was on Tuesday. Here's what I don't understand. Imagine just slathering shredded meats in mayonnaise and then calling it a salad. Highest put OI at 17.5 last week, up to 25 this week. What mean? For what stock? I mean, that sounds like sold puts. But maybe I'm wrong. Generally during OPEX, on actually any GME price increases, we see fairly large amounts of synthetic long positions, which are like you sell a put and use the credit to buy a call. Institutions like synthetic longs, especially when puts are mispriced, which they are, right? Because our skew's negative. Thank you, somebody. He just said GME. Yes, GME. You know when people send anonymous Ko-Fis and then they're the first person to shout out the Ko-Fi was missed in chat? It's really obvious who sent it. You can tell puts are overpriced based on the delta skew. One standard deviation. Actually, calls are kind of a little pricier today. The hedge is shifting. He scrapped his original address and instead delivered unusually brief remarks with a simple message. The Fed would accept a recession as the price of fighting inflation. Dude, we've been in a recession for like 2 months. You asked what stock went from... Oh, I wasn't asking. I was reading somebody's comment, Koma. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, it's usually sold puts. How does Opex affect the SPY? I mean, it affects the SPX, which then affects the SPY, but generally, like, quad witching and Opex events have huge options expirations, which triggers lots of repositioning afterwards. November last year is still months away. It's almost a year. Oh, you look at the prices of the options at the money on various expirations, right? So you're like, look at like at the money calls are 348. At the money puts are 358. So the further out you are, the more favorable the put pricing is. I thought the negative GDP report was like 2 months ago, Gaff. Wait, hold on. Which theoretical model of defining a recession are we going to use today? What recession? J-Pow. Is that where calls are half the price of puts at the same strike? Sort of, yeah. It's where the pricing puts are priced higher or calls are priced higher depending on which way the skew moves. Like on Revlon after that last rip when they were hedging with puts and put interest was like sky high. You could sell CSPs for like 60% returns. Are you at Kava right now, Gaff? What's up, Sahib? Oh, thanks, Double Down. J-Pow should just come out and say it. Why do I have to save the stock market? Didn't you see me sell the top? What else did you need? Right? 2 more days. You'll make it through, Gaff. If you want, I'll curry you a euro. Just so you can smell the tzatziki on it. I know you prefer the braised lamb, so I won't send you that. Like, I want you to continue suffering, but I want to ease the suffering. Honestly, all I want in life. Imagine, Gaff, if you'd married, all those years ago, if you'd married the founder of Kava, and you just had a Kava in your own house, where they only made braised lamb. Life goals. Way to fuck it all up, Gaff. What do you have when you have a tuna sub backwards? Bust a nut? $425,000 volume candle on Docu? Yeah, someone was just buying a little bit of it. Gaff, I haven't talked to you in a while, so I need you to be honest with me. How often do you go in the Revlon channel, read all their copium, and just go, yeah, compounding FTDs is enough? Like, they're going on about Perelman and short positions, and is it in an ETF? Is it not in an ETF? All just ignoring the fact that when it fails at like 76% of its volume traded. Yeah, there's a Revlon channel. Are you gonna go in there and talk a bunch of shit? You crossed 20K subs. Congrats. Thanks, Sahib. That was months ago, but I appreciate you noticing. Is GME getting boofed today? A little bit, yeah. There's some boofing going on. It got boofed pretty hard all morning. This isn't the Opex period yet. Illinois gaming. I mean, it is, but they don't run it on Mondays. When you had your super stonk fall from grace, did you lose subscribers? Or did hate watchers just subscribe harder? Oh, my subscribers went from like 13,000 to 17,000 in like a week. Performance swaps. This is actually the first Opex Monday that you've been so vehement that they don't run it on Mondays. No, it's not. This happened. This happened a bunch of times. Dilly dilly. Thank you, Ralph Wiggum. Are the compounding FTDs your favorite product line from Revlon? Yes. The Monday doubters happens every time. I like to buy calls. Like right like tomorrow morning, open, stock doesn't move. And then everyone's like, oh, that's it. Fuck it. I'm selling. That's when I like to buy the most calls. Yeah, so the cool thing about market makers and their exposure is they have T+2 to cover it, not T+1. Batty McBadface. You did that last time. I'm not sure it worked out. It didn't. But when it has worked out, it's the gains have far exceeded the losses. Thanks, Michael. Man, you're right. That is a cool thing about market makers, right? I wish I could settle all of my stocks in a little time machine. I'd make so much more money. Imagine the risk-free gains. My wife was using performance swaps. She swapped me for her boyfriend, and he is performing very well for her, apparently. This gives me more free time to actively invest in bankrupt companies. Nice. The only thing is, though, he's not. Well, you know what? He is providing your wife with liquidity. So, yeah, good analogy. I keep making the mistake of telling people about that while I'm trying to convince them that investing in general is a good idea. Yeah, so you have to save the bad news for later on. Well, it's Chinese spaghetti, that's because there's many factors that influence the premium value of an options contract besides the price. Who's the actor? Alan Rickman? Alan Rickman played Snape. Alan Rickman was amazing. Under my watch, her river ran dry. You mean Hans Gruber? Yes. We know he's dead, Mr. Poopy Pants. Dude, why do you have to be like that? Favorite Alan Rickman movie? Galaxy Quest. Galaxy Quest is amazing. Favorite Ron Perlman movie? Hellboy? The Hellboy movies were actually really good, except the last one. If Rebecca runs tomorrow, we'll know it still has some ETF exposure that it's not supposed to. No, we'll know that it had ETF exposure in the last quarter. Oh, Jesus Christ. For the last time, Ron Perlman, the actor, does not own Revlon. Okay? It's Ron Perlman, who is a former Wall Street shark slash tycoon, no longer in his heyday. But I like an underdog. Jesus fucking Christ. All right, look. I'm only going to do this once. Ron Perlman, actor famous for roles in such things as Sons of Anarchy, Hellboy, etc. Ron Perlman, owner of Rebecca. Hello, it is I, Ron Perlman. I'm stopping in to say I'm going to buy the rest of the float that I, Ron Perlman, owns part of. P.S. I love the Hellboy movies too, Gurk. Didn't enjoy the red paint. The red paint they had to lather on my... This can't be appropriate. Lather onto my ass, though. Nice. I just realized Ron Perlman would make some great memes if anyone were so inclined. They're literally identical. Fossil is a basket stock. It's not time that we consider it one. It's always been one. But it's also gross. Sorry, Pong. Someone had to say something. Thanks, DJ BD. Looks like the same guy to me. It's not, 404 not found. All the movie stock talk, but you never mentioned Hot to Trot. Bobcat Goldthwait plays a stockbroker who gets tips from a degen horse that's voiced by John Candy. You can't make this up. Thanks for all you do, man. That sounds like an amazing movie. Fossil? Is that the watch brand for people who hate themselves? Yeah. Like they want to wear a watch, but they don't want to wear an expensive one? Which makes no sense to me. Fossil's the watch every girl got their boyfriend in high school. If you like timepieces, save your pennies and buy a George Daniels. I have a Patek Philippe. And a Rolex. They were presents. I didn't buy them. I like tags a lot though. Do you know there's a whole subreddit dedicated to cats that look like Ron Perlman? Yes, I am aware. Bro, I was interviewing someone one-on-one over Zoom, and you put that huge face on the screen. I spit laughed on my keyboard. I will not be moving forward with that candidate. That's not fair to them. Like a Rolex or a Times Square limited edition Rolex? Like an actual Rolex. Those are like way more expensive than a Rolex. Yeah. I got the Rolex when I got promoted at my old job. Can we see your Patek? It's in a safety deposit box. So no. I don't wear it, but I don't want to sell it for nothing. And the watch market's crashing right now. Daniels invented the coaxial escapement. That means nothing to me. Can you tell us what you did in your old job? I mean, yeah, but then I'd have to hunt you down. Pontiff VWAP now comes with a free watch. So you were a Pokemon trainer? Yeah. Gurk, you kind of look like Persian Solid Snake. Like a boom hunter. Imagine spending $500 for RSI with an EMA. Ron Perlman, motorcycle gang enthusiast, ex-Wall Street shark, beauty influencer, major shareholder of Revlon, and Hellboy cosplayer. Makes sense. Is water a traded commodity? You can buy water rights. No, I'm not fucking Persian, Gaff. Goddamn. That makes J-Fresh Ocelot because cats. Okay. Is Monster Buddy Psycho Mantis? Sorry, you can trade California water futures. How do you trade futures on something that doesn't exist? Can you only take short positions? Cheese puffs aren't chips. What? Do you know the actual type of the watches? Patek, I'm not sure. Um, I can't remember like the edition of the Rolex. I think it's like an Oyster Perpetual or some shit. I don't know the names. Does the Rolex have a date? Yeah. Like the little on the side? Do you see the short side waiting until Wednesday to cover Opex during a market drop? Or they want the rise in price action for liquidity. I mean, they want the liquidity. That's the point. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know the measurements. It's pretty big. It's like hefty. It had to be done. Don't ban me from the Discord. This is what happens when I'm off work for the day. I don't know what you did, but I assume a 1 week timeout will be sufficient. Do you have any friends who like watches? No, I wouldn't probably hang out with people that are really into watches. Because they'd be like, oh, you're really into watches. That's really cool. And then I wouldn't talk to them anymore. No problem. Quite uncertain gherkin in the curtain. Stock undervalued and still drops. What's undervalued? Jamie? Jamie is not undervalued. You could say things like, watch this as I leave. They'd call them timepieces. I just want a miniature grandfather clock that I have to keep on my wrist at all times, but ensure that the pendulum maintains proper balance. So you just have to hold it up like this, you know, just all the time. It's like a game. Cuckoo clock could be cool too. I mean, Bob. I don't see what's wrong here. Is there something wrong with this image, guys? How do you keep your pussy clean? Weird. Yeah, that's not a big deal, by the way, Bob. Next time you're curious in the future. People on Discord audio are so confused. I feel like there's a lot of context on this stream that is lost on Discord audio. I don't care what you do, John Wilkes Booth. YouTube might stop you, though. It did, in fact, stop me. Well played. From personal experience, the jewelry business is full of people trying to take advantage of people that don't know the value of what they actually have. See, that's why I don't buy jewelry. What day of this week do we find out if Rev has Opex ETF exposure? Today, tomorrow, or Wednesday? One day when I'm a millionaire, I have to explain to my grandkids how I got there. I'm going to show them that screenshot of you looking J-Fresh with the VWAP hat, cooing pigeon well flapping in the background, while a Thickle holds a 69 bull flag. While Thickle holds up the market. Nice. Thanks, Nesquik. Don't forget to constantly refer to me as their grandfather. The 19th to the 21st of which month? That's the secret, Danny Watson. If you sign up for my Patreon, you can find out. Wait, I don't have a Patreon. Give it a shot. I've been on the toilet all day. I'm not really sure what I ate to deserve this. Is this my body's way of preparing me for Opex? Yeah, it's like it's the cleansing purge. It's okay, Mr. Little Pickle. How much merit do you give to Morningstar's $49 fair price for GME? It's just like an algorithmic like analysis. I mean, it's horseshit, but if they use it to substantiate an OPEX run, I'm fully okay with that. He's suffering from MOASS. I wonder if one of these days the realization that there are thousands of people watching me at any given moment is going to hit me. No. Although, I really didn't like it when someone inferred that I spend my entire day sitting in my apartment talking to myself. Thankfully, I'm resistant to... No, actually. I can feel the dark pool dumps coming. I feel it in my plums. What if they dump and the price goes down? Since YouTube is rejecting the really dark ones, what do you call a kid with no arms and no legs? Names. Thousands of people is a strange description of 13 dudes and 1,400 bot accounts. True, it is. Have you realized that nobody is sad or spreading doubt that we've not run yet? We've evolved. Oh, that's not true. Have you been watching the chat today? What do you think people who work from home do? I guess that makes sense. Kirk's PC screen is blank. That's the ending of the movie. Like, we're gonna go through the whole saga. MOASS to sort of okay company. And then at the end, the camera's just gonna pan back. And I'm talking to a computer that's not even turned on. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. We're gonna debut at Cannes. Along with our DFV movie. Long-time listener, first-time caller. Why didn't RC move Opex this time? His legal team's no longer allowing him to tweet. After rug-pulling BBBY shareholders, they're worried about retaliation. Can I be an executive producer on the film as a pigeon whale? Yeah. Yeah, everyone's going to be invited as executive producers. All the pigeon whales. We'll have the largest viewing party for a film ever. Was that actually legit that RC can't tweet anymore? I don't know. I'm glad he shut the fuck up, though. Has JT agreed to do the movie yet? We're in negotiations. His agent's a bit of an asshole. RC, same like DFE, was sold and never tweeted again. Actually, RC made more money than DFE off Bobby, so similar. Sean D, you can grip whatever you want, man. Who's playing me? We were thinking either Alec Baldwin or no, just Alec Baldwin. Well, maybe one of his brothers if we can't afford him. Russell Crowe for Gurk. Is he fat right now? Because he'd be perfect if he is. But he goes through cycles. Like, it can't be Gladiator Russell Crowe. Can't be Baldwin. Baldwin's not gonna play me. He's gonna play Visceral, Terran. I'm gonna have Avicii play you. Do we have more misleading yet technically accurate statements? RC made more money than Shkreli did on GME. It's true. RC made more money on GME than DFV did. So that's also true. Unrealized gains. Can I be played by CGI Chris Farley? Sure, man. I need a Hispanic actor to play me. Luis Guzman. That guy who plays Hector in every movie? Eric Bana? He should be played by Dave Grohl. I'd prefer if a murderer didn't play me in the movie. Yeah, come at me, Foo Fighters fans. What do you got? Now you've crossed a line. Jake Gyllenhaal in Prince of Persia 2. The Legend of Gherkin. Oh, fucking Christ. Okay, now you're taking the conspiracy theories too far. I was on with Beyonce being a murderer. Liked and resubscribed. Thanks, Spider. Just got laid off. Can you make the stock go up for me? Probably not. You gotta back up statements like that? No, I don't. It's very simple. Court. What? Courtney Love planted Dave Grohl in Nirvana before she killed Kurt Cobain. I mean, he's the drummer, right? Like, who the fuck trusts him? Now he's the front man? Seems, I mean, it's suspicious, right? Opinions on Patton Oswalt. Wife murderer, comedian. Is that in any particular order? First to last? It'd be like Stefan taking over chat. Yeah, guys, if you come here one day and the person streaming to you is Stefan and not me, he's killed me. That's how I feel when I go to a Foo Fighters concert, which I've never attended, but if I had attended a Foo Fighters concert, that's how I would feel. You just stand in the front row and scream murderer. Exactly. Listen, I don't believe in a lot of conspiracy theories, but the ones I do believe in aren't conspiracy theories. I mean, is there any question that Courtney Love had Kurt Cobain murdered? Like, at all? Like, is there actually, do people actually question the validity of that? The motherfucker had enough heroin in his system to tranquilize an elephant, somehow got his shoes off and shot himself in the head with a shotgun. And then all of a sudden Dave Grohl's famous, right? It's the same thing as the Beyonce killing Left Eye Lopez thing. They just did it first. That's all. We know he did not kill himself, but why did she do it? It's the same with stocks, right? You look for who's got the hedge. She had the hedge. People are simple. We're not complex. We're not interesting. We all just do the same shit. We're a bunch of greedy, filthy animals. Wait, Beyonce and Left Eye weren't in the same group, competing. I'm not an animal. I mean, what are you then? I dream of telling classrooms of kids the truth. You're barely unique and not special at all. Get to work or suffer. What's next? You realize J-Fresh and I are cousins? Oh, shit. That would make a lot of sense, actually, given the gingerness of your beards. Do you see the SPY dumping after JPA's Wednesday 2 p.m. rate hike? Depends on how many basis points they move up. 75 probably will be bullish. 100 would be bad. So Charles took out the queen? No. Sometimes that's just giving credit where it isn't due. You mean Darth Dan? You can be played by Darth Dan, Darth Dan. JPL should raise rates 87.5 basis points. He would just throw everything into turmoil. Who took out Tupac? Still alive. Or the LAPD. Amazing. Spectre Bravo. Suge Knight did it, and Courtney Love is working on Ken Griffin to working with Ken Griffin to short Jimmy. These are the hills I will die on. Okay, listen, Suge Knight had no reason to kill Tupac yet. That's like assuming that Suge Knight killed Tupac in advance, which doesn't make sense, right? Like why would you no. It had to be somebody else. Roaring Kitty, ban Darth Dan. Okay. Queen Latifah? What if it was Sinbad? You know, Sinbad seemed soft on TV, but that guy's hard as fuck. I've heard this Sinbad theory before, actually, and it's not that outlandish. Neither is Rob Thomas from Matchbox 20. Nopex for the 5th straight time. It's not even started yet. John Jar Binks. Suge also killed Eazy-E and tried to run some dude over with his car and went to prison for it. I mean, Suge Knight did a lot of things. Every time I hear Nopex, I buy more calls. Same. What's that? Shill Binks? Yeah, Eazy-E did die from AIDS. Maybe Suge Knight gave it to him. So now that we have Nopex, I'm buying out of the money weeklies. Oops. It's a boring day. Yeah, I bet. The morning was kind of exciting. Favorite rap artist? Nas? Chill. Okay. Favorite K-pop art? I don't know what K-pop is. Hanson did it. The original title to Mbop was Tupac Pop Pop, but the record company made them tone it down to target a white demographic. That makes sense. I don't like cake pops. They're disgusting. On a scale of Alan Rickman to Willow Wolfgood, how contrarian are you feeling today? Michael Burry. There, now Rev's on the screen. How much are your weeklies down? 14 and 22%. Any advice on how to set stops around Fed rate days? Post announcement repositioning, volatility, stop hunting will almost always catch your stops. Do you just adjust your stop strat on days like these? I mean, if you straddle it, you can just not stop your alternate side for a while. Like whatever the second leg, you can just let it ride. Like it is likely to move a lot in whatever direction it moves in, right? Or you can just take profits on the volatility. It's pretty both ways are pretty easy. Ugh. Can it be played by John McAfee or Mr. Hands? Also, the rumor is Suge Knight is JFK Jr. hiding from QAnon. Oh, Jesus Christ. Alright, that's enough conspiracies. You've ruined it, Kendra. Thanks. Also, you would definitely be played by Mr. Hands. We know how you like it. You don't have to be ashamed. What's a bigger flex? Showing up in a supercar or getting dropped off out of your own Rolls Royce? Rolls Royce. Definitely the Rolls Royce or Maybach. Short strangle. Depends on how flat it is, but short strangles. I mean, you can do short straddles too, but it's got to be really fucking flat. Why does everyone keep talking about eating crow in chat today? If you're ever a big baller, would you show up to a black tie event dressed as you are right now? I mean, I probably wouldn't be allowed in. Poors can't afford a pigeon. Ugh. Total fuck you money. I mean, you just wear whatever you want at that point, right? Can we get an Opex hat? Interesting. Was Revlon about to squart? It's doing something. It went up 2 cents, so obviously. I asked for Opex out months ago, but Girk ignores me usually and justifiably. That's not true. Sleep tech and value. I've unfortunately read many of the things you've said. I want a VWAS pat. Rev's volume is almost all positive, yet it doesn't move. I know, it's awesome, right? If you know so much about conspiracy theories, who killed my friend Jim? You? Spring break, Miami, 2018. You guys were partying in a motel. You got a little drunk and you thought it'd be funny to throw a bottle of Jack Daniels at his head. It wasn't fun. Who's laughing now, BMG? Who's laughing now? Not fucking Jim, that's for sure. Instant brain aneurysm. He was dead within minutes. The only thing that could be better, the best thing in the world right now would be if every detail of that was accurate. Did Jim get beamed? Yeah. Discord in shambles. The blunt force trauma triggered the aneurysm. Wow, awfully defensive right off the bat there, BMG. Is this the same action as March? Similar, yeah. How big was our gain then? GME went up like 100 and something percent. Hold on, I'll tell you. I'll tell you exactly how much we went up. From the low of Monday, we peaked 115% higher. If GME goes to fucking 50, everyone will be happy. Who's gonna buy calls at the peak? 50% of the people here. If so tempting, just buy GME shares right now. They really picked an enticing low to hang out on. I should just wait to buy more, but man, low on that dopamine. Monkey one banana. Man, that's a lot of thoughts you put there in that text bubble. Remember that time last night when I accidentally reacted to your pickles picks in the middle of you writing it and started freaking out trying to remove it? I felt the disappointed dad look. I didn't notice. Think you'll buy more M and Upstart calls? Maybe. If Jimmy goes to 50, I'm gonna squat. Did you get weeklies, dork? Don't lie to me. Is Jimmy finna bust? Oh my god. Dork, are you looking at this thing on the 1 hour, man? Squirt, Rip, and Moon. Squirt is a violent 5% move. A Rip is a violent 10% move. And the Moon doesn't exist. It's fake. Moon is cheese. Flat market theory. I mean, I would say that to Neil Armstrong's face. Let's call anything above 100% upside carling. Who killed JFK? Protestants. Right? Covered my bases on that one. You thought you were gonna win. No. Do centaurs shart? How would I know? I'm not a centaur. I bet you $5 that Bobby would run 50 cents on Friday in the last hour and a half. I was wrong. Here's $5 along with my pride and humility. Cheers. Oh, I wasn't aware I was involved in this bet, full disclosure, but thank you. Thank you for honoring your side of it. So if I accuse you guys of being centaurs, you'll just be like, yep, I'm a centaur. But if I say, yep, I'm a centaur, then you'll be like, fuck, I knew it, he's a centaur. What's the most bullish thing you see on Jimmy that signals Opex covering happening this week? People coming in the chat and going, look, it's another Nopex. And you know what the best part about those people is they never make money on either one. Nopex or Opex. Jimmy Weekly PT for hoof reveal? I have no hooves. The eating crow people are sus too. Yeah, I don't know what's up with them, but I don't trust them either. You're a part centaur where it matters. Thanks. Is Larry Fink a nice boss? Sometimes. It really just depends on if he has his tea that morning or not. I don't trust people who tell their viewers to like the stream. Guys, make sure that you like the stream. It's a big help and a great way to show your support for the things we do here. Sounds like something a centaur would say. No one should support the things we do here. That's probably true. Dork, I only have one thing to say to you. Laplacian. A real YouTuber would have said to smash the like button. I mean, I don't think anyone needs to be that aggressive with the like button. Maybe you could caress it, tease it, tickle it, but smash right off the bat? Just dry? That's not very considerate of the like button's needs. You ring the bell at the end, Bones. Jesus Christ. You know, this is why you guys are here and not doing better things. This guy likes. What algo? They don't even show my channel as existing on YouTube. I'm not beating the algorithm. People who are paying members don't even get notifications from me. I got catfish. The like button had to sneak out over potted plant YouTube channels. Damn. I get notifications, but then again, I did smash the bell. I just go to your channel page and wait for the stream to be posted. Turnaround tomorrow? Oh, just straight down. You know, that's funny. Like, I feel like I made a clip, like a visual guide to Opex, not that long ago. And then it's doing exactly that, and people are still really confused. What stock is on the lower right hand? Revlon. Revelina. Rebecca. Reversmith the fourth. Daughter to a bankrupt father. Tsunami alert for Mexico is raised. Yeah, but do you think if like a tsunami hits the, like Mexico that the market's gonna go down? No offense to Mexico, but what are we thinking in terms of speculation? How big a tsunami are we talking? I never said anything about the market. Oh. Okay. $7.5? That's a big one. It's today 7:41 on the Mayan calendar. Jay Joust, welcome to Cornishon, man. Thank you so much. T plus Taco Tuesday. It's too soon, man. It's too soon and the tsunami hasn't even happened yet. It's never too soon. I know. That's what I told that person when I joked about that building collapsing in Miami. Did you have a green screen before you started streaming GME? No. I had a sheet when I started streaming GME. I just took a sheet and put it behind me. Are ETFs rebalancing this Friday? They began rebalancing last Friday. There was a time without the green screen in the long, long ago. It's true. Miami was another RC rug pull. uh, hey, Revlon's going up again. It's doing 2 ups. I'm going to break down technical analysis into the most childlike explanations. Guys, have you noticed that since 11:42 this morning, Rev has only done uppies? It did an uppie, and then it went and did another uppie, and now it's doing a third one. That's 3 back-to-back uppies. Thruppies, if you will. Oh, nice, halitosis. Great minds. Revfecta. This is the first thing that you've said that made sense this entire year. Thanks. The classic Paul Revere formation. Do you notice every time green bars go up on Rev, the price also goes up? There's definitely some sort of correlation there. Probably. Take a look at Baba. Identical chart pattern as Revlon today. Thruppies? Ooh. That's like octuppies. Yeah. Ugh. Well, after we can define thruppies, we can talk about like approximating simulations of gamma distribution for accurate values for skewness and kurtosis. Right? No? Oh, okay. One day. Not ketosis, kurtosis. Okay, never mind. I take it back. We'll just stick with thruppies. But we're still going with the plural for Opex, right? Of Opexities. We're going to do the Greek pluralization. I don't like the Latin pluralization of Opexi. I scooped up some Upstart shares on that tasty dip. I'm going to sell CCs for compounding gains. 2 shares is enough to sell CCs, right? As long as you also have a deep in the money leap. Do Persians use sofrito cooking spaghetti too? I don't know if Persians eat spaghetti. Indices. So opexities. You can't just cut off the EX part of the word. Can you scroll up on your positions? I have 35 C's and I don't want to open the app. Yeah, they're right there. They're down 1.15 cents, 1 cent. They're now down 1 cent. How is quarterly different Opex different from normal Opex? I mean, quarterly Opexes have expirations in more markets simultaneously. So it's, you know, futures, options, swaps and forwards, commodities. Isn't it Pexides that STD that Linuxes has? Just say quad witching. Fine. My port looks like the streets of Paris during the time of Maximilien Robespierre. Nice. Are you too diversified? Just because I wrote about a bunch of stocks that could run on Opex didn't mean that you had to buy them all, BMG. Do you know who Robespierre is? He was a lawyer and statesman and one of the controversial figures of the French Revolution. You say lawyer like Johnny Knoxville from the Dukes of Hazzard movie. No, I just say lawyer correctly. It's lawyer. Law? You're 2 syllables. Not lawyer. Lawyer. Girk, you look orange today. I drove through New Jersey over the weekend. Foyer? No, so in New Jersey, the spray tan fluid is so pervasive in the air that if you simply pass through the state, you get a little bit of it on you. Because it's aerosolized. Attempting homemade buffalo mozzarella tonight for the first time. Any tips? Squeeze it tight before you twist it off. Well, you have to roll down your window because the volatile compounds that float off of Newark cannot be filtered out by any filter yet made by man. No, I don't like Wingstop. That place is disgusting. Yeah, Newark still smells like a pile of shit. It's like a pile of it smells like shit mixed with like benzene and phosphorus. It does come with a link to the Wendy's job boards, Lord of Newark. That's whack. How's the air in New York? Great. It's an island. Lots of airflow. All of the terrible smells just waft over the river into New Jersey. Not as bad as Trenton. Fair. Fiance just told me we're spending $2K on 3 nights in town for our wedding weekend. Is it bad of me to think of all the GME weeklies I could have bought with that money? Yes. What's worse is that you aren't buying GME weeklies with that money. They're not both right. I don't care if one's in the they're both in the dictionary or not. Ever been to Duff's in Buffalo? No. I've never been to Buffalo. I don't think. Well, no, that's not true. I've been in Buffalo. I didn't stay there. Delaware is the corporate capital of the United States, MTB dork. I wish. No, seriously though, Delaware has nothing in it. It's every town is just a small collection of houses, a church, and like a sex superstore. Glad my break from lawyering was spent catching up on the stream to hear Girk teach everyone the proper way to say lawyer. It's important, C-Pizzle. As a New Yorker, thoughts on Trump pre-politics? I mean, he was kind of just like a spoiled rich kid whose dad was a slumlord, right? There are more chickens in Delaware than people by half. Is your conviction that it's wrong based on anything? Yeah, loy is not a word. Just because people have mispronounced something enough for it to end up in the dictionary doesn't make their pronunciation correct. Say rural juror. Okay. Rural juror? Mrs. Google says lawyer. That's because she's from California. As a New Yorker, do you stand online or in line while waiting for something? I queue up. It's rut row, Shaggy. Scooby was lamenting his worry over the increase in the risk-free rate. Row. How do you pronounce Worcestershire? Worcestershire. It's not Worcestershire. It's just Worcestershire. You're hella cute. Thanks, Fiscal. You're gonna make me blush. Anything happened with XRT puts late last week? Yeah, they closed a lot of them. Gloucestershire? Let me hear you say Longborough. Okay. Yeah, I'm not pronouncing anything in Welsh. That's not a real language. It's made up. How do you feel about thick Boston accents on women? You know, nothing is more interesting than the bar scene in Boston. You hit on a Boston girl the same way that you would start a fight with a guy in any other state. And it's magic. Well, generally you approach a Boston girl by saying, "What the fuck are you looking at?" Now that's romance. Then she insults you, then babies. Yeah, pretty much. Boston sounds like my kind of town. If you haven't been punched in the face before a one night stand in Boston by the person you had the one night stand with, you've never had a one night stand in Boston. Can you say kindergarten in a Boston accent? Kindergarten? I think. I don't know. My Boston accent isn't great. I've only learned it from The Departed. Yeah, I'd draw a pickle, Carl, but a Boston Southie pickle wouldn't be appropriate content for YouTube. They bring a new definition to the word trash. Boston cream pie. All Boston things aside, real question, did you determine the moment for full bull yet? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe fuck you. And I brought it right back around to Boston. Rape your wit. Yeah, it's fuck yourself, right? Maybe, maybe not. Fuck yourself. I love all the interactions between Alec Baldwin and Mark Wahlberg in that movie. Imagine saying cop, but it's spelled like this. Us Bostonians and State Street love you. Well, you know, ironically, the last time I was in Boston, I was at the State Street building. It's right by the harbor. And they have a lovely aquarium there. By the water. Has Revlon taken on the mark of the beast? It has. Are you signing papers for your new ETF? No. They have a cool building. It's oval. It's like a tall oval. There's a building in New York City that's really similar to it. Probably the same architect. He just liked that shape of penis best. Here's a question for you guys. Is owning your own skyscraper A, big dick energy, or B, a small pee-pee move? Yes. Depends, corporate or living? Both. Your penthouse is above your offices. If I owned a skyscraper, could I sell CCs on it? That's called renting square footage. Have you seen in person the super skinny high rise by Central Park? Yeah, I think so. Or at least I think I know which one you're talking about. Well, Dork, what if I wanted to paint it green and make it look like a pickle? No gold lettering, but also a gaudy eyesore. Do you mind putting Fubo on the bottom left over Macy's? Sure. Is it doing something interesting that Macy's isn't doing? I didn't think so. I know there's a building in London called the Gherkin. But that's just where we keep our foreign offices. Oh, sorry. There. They're all the same chart. Upsquart? Yes. I really hope being dragged around by the SPX doesn't turn into a kink for me. Too late. I would give up 1 inch of length and a 1/4 inch of girth for a skyscraper. Yeah, but then you'll have nothing left, Pong. Update on my Upstart 2-share YOLO. They got assigned already. Nice. No, you have a skyscraper. Give me 1 second. We need guidance. VUPs are too heavy. Jimmy's currently not experiencing any VUPs. SPY 3900 gamma wall. We're still kind of far away from that. Chances Jimmy touches VWAP again today. Looks okay, but they're internalizing a lot, which is interesting because utilization was already pretty high this morning. SPY gamma walls have no effect on SPX, correct? Yeah. Like, looking at both of them will give you a more complete picture. Many times, SPX can be hedged with SPY. So you get, like, if you look at that and the VIX all together, you got a kind of better idea of the, like, market-wide positioning for institutions. It helps to look at, like, NASDAQ and Dow positioning as well. Zero DT SPX is absolutely insane. Yeah, it is. Is internalization like this a good sign for Opex? Yeah. Are you planning to be out of your Opex position by market close today? No, Wednesday. I wasn't confident about SPY having zero impact on SPX. It has no impact on SPX. It tracks SPX. Yeah, the run isn't expected to start probably till tomorrow or maybe Wednesday. Yeah, it should normalize given enough time. Right now, there's a lot of spread between the two because, well, there's a lot of illiquidity in the market. So, Opex virgins? Yeah. You get some every time. It's okay. We're here for you, and we're listening. I have jury duty tomorrow, and I'm sure how much I'll be able to watch the stock. I've already downsized my position just in case. Think I should hold the balance and risk? I don't know. How often can you sneak off and use your phone during... How did you end up with jury duty? Have theta? It's the first session, so it can't be excused yet. Oh. Why does everyone act like Opex is over the first day? I thought it was a joke at first. It's both. What's with the B on Guybrush? That's VWasp. Do you not see him there? I think I'll hold the risk. Good talk. Okay. 30 October sees. Well, if it runs, you'll be in the money, right? And you'll be in the money for a little while. So hopefully you'll have time to like set some stops and stuff. But GME calls are down $79. Most of mine are up like 40%. This is what happens when you wait till day of to buy all your calls. And then you buy them on the peak. Just get good. I don't know what to tell you. Was busy today. Are you still bullish on Revlon? And the name is Robin Your Hood. Okay. Said S. In case you were wondering, I'm still bullish on Rev. Good for you, Tim Timmery. I am also. Can you tell us something about TREV's illiquidity that is interesting? I don't even know what that is. Is that some awful penny stock, Ed? Sounds like a penny stock or a SPAC. Holy shit, guys. Rev's at 668. I'm trying to make Trev a thing. Don't hate me. It's too late. But it's alright. You can redeem yourself. No problem, Cody Blakely, but I think you're forgetting about Threppies. So soon after I teach the lesson, it's Threppy time. It's best to wait until after the Opex run to sell Tesla covered calls. If Fubo Octobers end up in the money this week, would it be smart to early exercise and sell CCs? Maybe. CCs are pretty decent on it right now. It depends on how in the money they end up. Rev has hit the demand zone. Ding ding. Holy shit, they priced up IV on it again. What do you think Rev keeps trading flat within the 75-cent channel until October? I mean, it's just the best strangle stock in the entire market. Hold on, guys. I'll get rid of some of the liquidity. Man, the back pressure on this water bottle is fucking intense sometimes. It's been a while since I've used it actively. Whew. All right, I'm okay. They are throttling the fuck out of GME right now. Is it true that the Rivers Run Dry DD consisted of just a picture of this bottle? I should really edit the DD and add a picture of this bottle, shouldn't I? Thank you, Carl. It's the DD I'm most proud of. It is a good one. The more you read it, the more you'll be like, oh. And then eventually we can all be on the same page, right? Books of MOASS were better, but less succinct. Congrats on Fubo. It's gonna do great things. I can feel it deep down in my naughty parts. Years from now, people will look back on these streams to see the man that spotted Fubo. Yeah, I agree. Nah, you understand it well enough for all of us. 5-year PT on Fuberto? Oh, 5 years? I don't know. It would depend on rights acquisition, uh, you know, gambling law reform in several states. Depending on how all of that went, I mean, could be phenomenal amount of growth. Right now I have like a 1 to 2 year price target. Well, 6 month to year and a half price target, and that's about 8 to 13. Book, not. I don't like DraftKings. I don't like their how they run their business. They obviously know whether it's going to run or not, so they're just trying to keep it as low as possible before covering. Yeah, ideally you cover at the last minute. Or they're shorting it until the ACH transfer clears and the cash is on hand to buy. And that would be the forward contract counterparty who is responsible for the purchase of GME shares. Look at VIX 1 minute. It's doing things. I have VIX calls, I know. Or the CEO of DraftKings doesn't like you either. Okay. Cool. Who's that? Sir Grixalot, is AMD and Docu part of the Opex run, or is it just a boring Monday play? Everything is part of the Opex run. Quite uncertain, gherkin in the curtain. If you want it to be. And all the right signals are present. Revfit a squart so hard, the standard model of physics will be brought into question. I feel like on a good Rev squart, it could be like a 3 to 5 sigma event. But I don't have horns on my head. How could I be a minotaur? Dude, Opex is looking great. Is it now? Looking pretty interesting. Yeah, I like it. Would you date a female trader? Oh man, the arguments would be awesome. I'll just time you out. Then you can have both. You get timed out and you get ups. Humbled Trader is a female trader. No, correction. Humbled Trader is a YouTuber. If you had to hang out with any other YouTube traders, who would it be? None of them. Chill. You're welcome, Carl. I know it gives you sexual gratification. That's why I timed you out. I know a friend who used to work with Humbled Trader. She worked in animation and film industry. She's a YouTuber, not a pro trader. I still don't know who Meet Kevin is. After all this time, I've searched Meet Kevin, and all I found was Kevin's Butcher Shop. Any reason to think that Fubo will have an Opex run? No. But will it? Maybe. He's just some AMC YouTuber? Oh, okay. Meet Kevin is a man with fluorescent-fied hair who got a DUI in Florida. That's all you need to know. Seems like a sufficient amount of information. Does internalization only apply to broker-dealers? No. It's mostly done by DMMs. It's transacted through broker-dealers. What What do you think of Kathy Wood and Elon calling for a rate cut? Their investments are down. Lumber, copper, etc. down dramatically from COVID highs. But they can go further down, right? The housing market's still bullish. They need to crush it. They need to crush it to death. How do I feel about billionaires with their own personal interests in mind calling for rate cuts? I feel like they would benefit from the rate cuts. Oh shit, Fubo's trying to escape. That's okay. What if Elon and Kathy are mating? Has Kathy Woods opened up a ranch anywhere? That would be a very good signal. If Kathy Woods has opened a horse ranch somewhere, her and Elon may be having sexual relations. No, BlackRock sold at the top. You know how to tell if BlackRock's still in? If the price is still going up. BlackRock was the top. Sometimes you gotta make your own tops. Otherwise, there'd be no bottoms. Kathy Woods Equestrian Center. Kathy Woods' new horse ETF? Nay. Didn't they lose like 1.7 trillion? Sure. They still have like fucking 15 left. Same like you blowing up your port on weeklies. Amazing, yeah. What's your perspective on tiny horses? I have to look up. I'm very short. BBY just got suppressed so hard. You mean Jeffrey sold a fat chunk of shares? You know, sometimes you don't need to suppress the price of a stock to get it to drop. Sometimes people are just selling it. Lowest volume day ever on GME? No, not even close. How are southern states, chat? Never been curious to know if it's worth visiting from north of the border. Too scared to travel, for I am of ethnic background. I mean, just don't go anywhere weird and deserted. Like most places in the world. I can see your message, Holly Faust. It's like maybe like in the top 10, but we had days last week that were much lower volume than this. Did this guy just say he's brown, so he doesn't want to go to the South? Yeah. How high does the market need to be for 100 BPS? Higher? You playing some Fubo $5 weeklies? No. Thanks for your mentorship. No problem, man. I don't know what I did, but you're welcome. What the fuck are you talking about? Hmm. Interesting. Tips? Tips are still converging. 1 hour? Ooh. Explosive. Did we touch? The tips don't touch anymore. The math is better now. They just get really close to each other. They kind of tease each other a little bit. Well, you can get them to touch if you change the time frame, but like if I go down to the 30 minutes or the 15-minute, they're probably all over each other. Ooh. Oh, you've scaled. It's the scaling's dork. This looks so much nicer. I don't think they can continue to compress the tips. If they don't touch, what's the fun? Edging. Oh, yeah. Same like my wife's boyfriend when they bang in front of me. Carl, I've told you at least 20 times, you don't have to watch and cry in the corner. You could go in a different room. I missed a Ko-Fi. I miss the days when you would state how bullish the upcoming Opex is, then clip it for everyone to watch in after hours, like kids on Christmas Eve. Do it again, Gherk, for old time's sake. Just leave out the Krampus part with his fat, empty bags. I don't remember what you're talking about. But my wife likes me to watch. Oh, okay. Is that why she keeps saying, don't look away? And look at that little bitch crying in the corner. I thought she was just really mean. I really don't. Did I make clips about how bullish I was on Opex? In hindsight, that feels like a mistake. Pigeon whales, yes, are the highest class of society. You used to get so bullish for Opex, you'd get really upset when Nopex. Yeah, but then I started selling covered calls and stopped giving a shit. Can you reel it in a bit? My 6-year-old daughter is watching the stream with me and asking a lot of questions. Listen, sweetie, Bruce is just your daddy's friend. They go and play games in mommy's bedroom together. It's totally normal. Also, that time you picked up daddy from behind the dumpster at the Wendy's, nothing weird was going on. Where's Frag? Probably still spawning. It's very late in the season, though. You think he'd be topped out by now. After he stole all of Carl's tea, he's just been going on a rampage. What is competitive tickling? Also, send me a link. If nothing else, it'll be worth sharing with other people. He's not doing anything tomorrow. The Fed's announcement's on Wednesday. You got censored, BMG. Carl, you're a fucking pigeon whale. Get it together and assert your dominance. The next time it happens, hold eye contact with the boyfriend and violently pull the pickle. It's the way to get out that weak sauce nonsense. It's definitely a way to get sauce. Violently pulling pickles will result in sauce. Jimmy looking bullish for tomorrow? I don't know. Are we going to cross VWAP into close? I don't understand it either, JJZ Bullet, but I go along with it because it's funny. My wife is finding it more and more difficult to believe that the Pickle Man is a stock streamer. There's stocks on the screen. What more do you want from me? I need more water. Water, coffee. You're being too funny. My lady says I have to stop laughing. Why? You know, her not wanting you to have fun is a good sign of things to come, Paris. Why is everyone going on about car? This is the most interest I've ever seen. Oh, it's just you again. Yeah, it's very compelling. I'm sure you could buy shares of it if you wanted to. Our time is coming soon. I feel it. Pickle, pickle, pickle. Hmm. We've penetrated view up and we're ready to pump. My favorite part of the stream is when you plant the seeds in one sentence that will lead to divorces in 4 years. Only time will tell. No, Fubo, just some covering. Not early. On time. On time covering. Timely covering.
Pickle, pickle.
Oh, Jamie Cross view up on volume.
Pickle, 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 pickle.
Bullish. Whoa. I have looked at VRM a bunch. I wasn't a big fan of it. Options are cheap. I don't know how soon that explosive upside's coming. Reminder, when Opex runs, people should watch their positions and set stops rather than online shop to spend the money they think they have before they get fragged and have to return it all. Listen, don't try to pass your bad experiences on to everyone else, Subway Cup. Not all of us bought MMAT, you know? We don't need your meta materials negativity. Too late, already spent. You know, Popcorn Trader, the multiplier on your $5 investment is going to have to be pretty phenomenal for you to buy a $10 million house afterwards. Are you ready to repeatedly hear, is it too late to buy into the Opex run for the next 2 days? Don't remind me. I know how it's gonna go. Whoa. Dow Jones Industrial Average. What happened to GME? There it is. What's this bullshit? Get the fuck back up over VWAP. Can you oversleep tomorrow? We'll see. It's not my decision to oversleep when it happens. It's a process of me grabbing my phone off my nightstand and shoving it under my pillow. When do we start DRSing our Fubo? If it runs to $20, people will start. Oh shit. Can you explain why exactly in great detail why crossing VWAP into close is so bullish for tomorrow, and then clip it? Oh, it's, I don't know, $29 calls go in the money. You clip it. I'm busy with this. It's official, guys. Cathalon is real. Ding ding, the day is done. All the volume came in on the end. That's usually how it works. Well, SPY moved up nicely into the, 80, 38.99 range. But just sitting right at the cusp of 3,900, which is a really key level for the next couple days until we get the announcement from the Fed. Definitely some short side capitulation into the middle afternoon. And now we're starting to see a little more pressure across the board on all of our favorite stocks. It's almost like there was this pickle guy and he learned to identify stocks that would run on Opex due to low liquidity and high options interest and volatility shorting. And then he was like, hey, I'm going to get all these stocks together and put them in a little group and like buy calls on them. And then I did that. That's fun and cool. So, if one doesn't run, they likely all won't, which will be really fun. But yeah, everything's looking pretty good for tomorrow. I like the pressure. I like the continued effort to maintain net negative gamma hedging on all of these. We do have a lot of shorts closed out on the major or a lot of puts closed out on all the major ETFs. So I'm pretty excited for what this looks like moving into tomorrow. Hopefully we see some bullishness in futures tonight and a little bit of recovery after the bad news over the weekend. There's still room for SPX to move up into that like 39.50 range, but it's unlikely that we'll cross that until after the Fed meeting. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning when I wake up. Have a good one, everyone. Later. Oh, don't forget, this is important. I might be streaming the new Monkey Island game later on. Maybe. Because Guybrush, he's for MOASS. Okay, now bye.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate.
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.